Okay, audio check. Sounds okay to me, I think. Maybe just a little more gain. Okay, I think we're ready to start. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream of the Discourager of Hesitancy, where we are building a game with no game engine. Because we want to add the abstractions where we need them and not get too crazy about abstractions first. So, today we are working on the game in journal. What we did last time was sprite sheets. We started with nothing, and by the end, we have looping and different options for what to do at the end of one. And it's all stored, it's pre-baked in by our asset pipeline, and it's looking pretty good. We can set the frames per second for the animation, and setting up the animation itself is pretty straightforward. So the only thing really left to do is to make it even more convenient for me to use, because I suspect we are going to start using them soon. So that's where we'll pick up today. But first, we do need to measure a couple of things. So let's get our shell up. We did add that document. Okay. So, sure, we can add it, doesn't matter. Okay, that is a sound I'm unfamiliar with. Hey, Pat, my first Prime subscriber. Welcome. That's a totally new sound for me. Awesome. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. I had to go a couple of rounds with Twitch support to figure out how to get that all set up. So awesome. Great. We're making money finally. Nice, nice. Yeah. So what was I doing? Yeah. How was your weekend, Pat? I know we went the rounds for a while on searching up DLLs. It's always fun. I remember way back in the day, I set up a project and there was and I'm trying to remember what it was. Like this came to me over the weekend. Um, there was a tool. If you have Visual Studio, there's something called Dump Bin. I didn't use that. LDD. I don't remember using Dump Bin. So I don't know. Here's a thing. Oh, okay. Not too bad. Continue to let AI write the Wordle game and a bit of interpreter. Yep, yep. Sounds good. Dravest. Welcome, welcome. I'm doing good today. Doing good. So there's like a dependencies tracker. Visual Studio has dump bin. That might be able to walk the dependency tree that you have locally so that you can find all those dependencies without doing it four at a time. For some reason, Windows will kick up four DLL warnings to me before before it just stops trying. It'd be nice if it just kept going. I'd list them all out and give it to you in one shot, but my weekend was good. I spent some time trying to organize my music collection. I don't use anyone else's software to manage my music, like iTunes or something. It's all in a folder, and it's all by artist, then album, then track. But I had a whole bunch of old CDs that I had archived in the past, and they weren't properly labeled or in the right folders. So it went from 900 down to under 245. So slowly getting the handle on my audio collection. I wrote a small piece of software that'll crank open an MP3 file and update the metadata or read the metadata. So I think I'm gonna have to write a piece of software that will look through my whole collection and say, here's where what's in our metadata doesn't match with the folder structure, and then I can pick which one is the correct one. Get all my music finally sorted properly. So that's always fun. What else on the weekend? I grilled some steaks on Friday. Um, yeah, yeah. How was your weekend, Travest? So, Pat, the interpreter you're making, I don't remember. It's your own language, or is this for an existing language? I don't remember. It's been a while. We've been talking about your Wordle game for a while. Toy language, C like, yeah. That is probably where I will go with my compiler when we get there. It's just such a I mean, it's the way that most programmers' brains are working these days. It's all very algol-like. If you go way back in history, that's kind of where it all started. So one thing we're gonna do real quick is a clean release build. Really good. Had some nice weather out and about a little bit. Oh, bought a new house. Congratulations. That is super cool. That is awesome. It's always nice when you own something and aren't renting it anymore. It feels more secure. Or the house prices in Sweden, they're pretty bad here where I am. I don't know how Jersey looks. Then you got to move all your stuff into it, get it set up the way you want. That's good. Okay, so the build finished, no issues. We're just gonna look real quick here. Builds, release. Just look at the file size quick. Record that. Oddly, we added that coin animation, and I don't think it actually increased our size very much. 14.5 megabytes, 14.49, 14.56. Yeah, didn't make that big of a difference. It's kind of a small animation anyway. You pay 1.5 million for a house that would cost you 400K in the southern states in Jersey. Yeah, that sounds about right. Within about a month, it's gonna be really nice. Yeah, house prices in Sweden are also off the charts. That's too bad. That is too bad. I don't like the way that the house prices are going. Not good. Okay. Now we'll just fire this up real quick. Just to run a quick test. Make sure our frames per second haven't wandered too far. Okay. So we're still sitting around 2,000 frames per second. That's fine. Yeah. Sometimes dipping, sometimes climbing. It's probably most likely around 2,000. Okay, that's all we needed to see. Okay. So today we're going to wrap up we're going to set up for a new week, of course. Today is the 23rd. Man, time flies. Okay, so small announcement. I'm only streaming Monday through Wednesday this week. Thursday and Friday I'm going to go off camping and maybe a little bit of a bike ride. So we do a few miles on the trail. See how it goes. So we're only planning on 3 days this week. Mm-hmm. Got a kid or two I need to take out there into the woods and let them get dirty. It's a very loud truck. Okay, so I think that's what we're going to tackle today. Right there. So what we're doing currently, let's go into our sandbox. That's probably the best place to see it. Hit sprite test. What we're doing is we're telling the sprite, you're going to do an image array of 6 different images, and here are the image assets. So that's one way we can do an animation. The other way is to say, here's one texture, and then I need an array of UV keys, and here are the UVs that you're going to reference, right? So we're going to go 0, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So this coin will spin forward, this coin will spin backward. Then we can set how many frames per second in our animation. So gives us some different flexibilities there for higher quality versus lower quality animations and how much memory those take up. Then we can loop. So we can loop through a thing 3 times where it does take into account these end of sequence operations. So this coin will spin one way, and after it hits the end, it's going to reverse, so it'll spin back forward. Then when it hits the beginning again, it'll just stop. But it'll do that 3 times. So it'll go spin one way, flip around, spin the other way, flip around. So it'll actually spin left, then right, then left, then right, then left, then right, and then stop at the end of the 3rd loop. So things like bird flapping wings animations, which are mostly just a few small handful of frames forward and then backwards over and over again. We can do that trivially. Um, if you want a relatively nice house to fit a family of four, you have to pay around 500, which is very high for us here in Sweden. Yeah, yeah. I mean, my house would comfortably live. I don't know. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 people very comfortably, probably. And oh gosh, I don't even know what the prices are nowadays. Let me look. I haven't looked in a long time. It's too depressing. Let me just check real quick. Yeah, it's close to 400,000. And this is in the middle of nowhere. Like, house prices should not be this high. Not in a city. There's nothing nearby for miles and miles. But that's the way the house prices are. So what I want to do is skip this part. I don't want to say, here's a 7-element array and then fill it up manually. Because I have all the information I need in image warehouse. So here's the animation. The thing is called test coin. That's the image that it's associated with. And then here's how it spins, right? And then an idle would just flip, 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 flip. So what I want to do is have test coin underscore spin animation as an option somewhere, and it loads these UVs into an array for me automatically. So I don't have to do it. I think that's what I want to do. And while we're in here, even though we don't use tiles anywhere, like it's trivial to do the same thing elsewhere. So that's the plan for the day. If we get through all that, we'll start on the next phase. Let's go look at our to-do. You can either do a bit of art or art. The art needs to be done before we do scene transitions. I have ideas, but I need better art. Yeah, polishing and bugs. We're basically in the polish phase here. So I did file paperwork this weekend, so I got to wait 7 to 10 business days, so about 2 weeks to get it back. Once I get that paperwork back, we'll mark this done, and then I can create a separate bank account. Then I'll use that to buy a website for the new company. About the time we've got the bank account set up, I'll also set up a Steam developers account. So we're getting into the final phases here. The do or die. Okay. We're going to add more of these polish notes as we go through. If I see things that I'm going to start prioritizing, noting things that need to be polished up. In fact, let's just do this. Polish, layout, replay controls near top of screen. Their layout's not great, but again, better to get the art done. So we may start doing art today if all goes well. Doodads probably come down below this. Okay. So there's the plan. We're going to go to assets, images. So there's our two animations. Let's make the idle a little bit. Oh, interesting. I've had an idea. We could make this much more expressive, but I don't think we will right now. One thing I was thinking of was you could go oh, please don't do anything. But for an idle, you could do something like maybe 0, 1, 0, 2, or I forget, 5. So it just flips back and forth. Maybe we want to enable the ability to do a list of indices. We're not going to do that now. We're not using this idle animation. It's just there to say that we have a couple of different things in our output to test against. I do like that as a technical idea. So if we go to do, bed PNGs, Sprite UV, or what is it called? UV Sprite, good list, comma, separated frame numbers. Okay, we're not doing that now. That's fine. Okay. So what we're processing, we get this name, we get the tile size for a sprite. Then we get which indices within that are we going to put in that array. It's in tools. Okay. So what we need are in the header. Did I already say something in my to-do list about snippets? Yes. Okay, that's another thing we'll do between games. We're laying out these UVs. What's the enumeration called? UV key. So I'm thinking something like that. Means we also need sequence lengths. Hmm. pointer to an array. I don't know, there's a couple of different ways we could do this. Oh, only the first one. Shoot. It's slightly less convenient, but not the end of the world. Okay. I can never remember if it's the first or the last or one. First thing we need to do is count sprite animation sequences, which means we need a constant for that. Sprite sequence count equals something. Not even sure this is really needed. Okay, so the possibilities are, let's go to the scratch buffer. I could declare each UV key animation, whatever, and we can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0. So we do something like this. Now, how do I get it? If I say get or animation, get sprite sequence, I want a named thing for that. So what we need is a sprite animation key. Something like that. Which probably would be in the public area, so let's throw that in there. Public. So I'm thinking something like this. These two either we could do switch the sprite animation key, or we have something like this: UV key pointer animations sequences. Of the number of sequences. And then return something like that. Either way, we have to do this. So we use a switch statement, or we can do an array lookup. I tend to favor the array lookup method. Missing anything? I think those are the two main ways to get the data I want. Now we said we need a Boolean, or does it loop? Okay. Alright, so what we need then is this thing near the top. Class Sprite animation key. If there is any sprites. So we need a sprite count. That needs to happen right there. Okay. So we go through each image definition. I'm going to go through any UV definition, UV things. Oh, well, UV count is already here, so let's just do sprite count. we had UV sprite. Sprite count increases by 1. So we don't have to count now. We've already done the count. Hooray. If sprite count is greater than 0, then we have to do this stuff. Now what we care about is the smallest loop we need to get through all that. So we're going to go through the image definitions. We're going to go through the UV index and switch, not switch, but check it. Oh, that's not going to work. Don't do it. Undo. Okay, we don't need that or that. We don't need that. Kind of do want that, but not quite like that. Reach UV index if type equals a thing. There. Okay. And what we want is, no, we don't want this. Although maybe we should. Okay. Okay, for every UV sprite animation, want to output okay. UV index equals 0. So this is the first one we're filling in here. We want to output 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, // modulus S line. There's no way for us to know if it's the last sprite in the image unless we really care. If we care, let's just keep pressing on for now. Okay. We don't need any of that, I think. Oh, sprite count gets overridden here. Sprite count per image. Darn it. Okay, so sprite count. Total sprite count. Yes. No. Oh. This one, yes. No. Nope. Yes. So the other sprite count. We need to rename with image sprite count. Basically, how many sprites are in this image? Okay. All right. Let's see what we call that sequence. Oh, sprite animation key. All right. Don't care about the key. And modulus D is sprite key equals 0. Okay, let's see how we did. Target equals embed PNGs. See, sometimes it warns me, other times it doesn't. So let's just knock those out for now. Okay, so that builds the tools bin. Bin png.exe. Back up here. Warehouse header. Sprite animation key. Test point has spin and idle. Perfect. If come on, search for comma. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, now if UV index equals oh darn. Sprites in image. Okay. Let's basically pre-count how many sprites are in the image. Then we blaze through here and we say if UV index equals sprites in image minus 1. We output nothing, otherwise we output a comma. Unbelievable. All right. Function definition. So I missed a parenthesis somewhere. Oh, probably here. Okay. Put this back together. Run it. Take a look at our image warehouse. Sprite animation key. There we go. We got the color sorted correctly. Okay, so now we have sprite animation key. We can easily see what that's associated with. Brings us back down to here. This structure is going to be used again down here. So total sprite count. Oof. Yeah, this gets a little bit complicated, but I think it's going to be worth it. Right, sequence count. Sprite key index we don't need. We don't need to know how many sprites are in the image. PV index is 0, that's fine. Sprite sequence length thing. Which is this. No, it's not. It's close to that. What is the UV name? I don't remember what I called it. Let's see. Image and sprite count. So we really do have to. No, because we can take end minus start plus 1. We do then need end and start. Frame count equals end minus start plus 1. Okay. It's called key, not name. Okay, so that should output the length of our sequence. And this should output where the sequence is going to go. Sprite sequence. Key. And again. Alright, let's see how that looks. Sprite key index. I don't think we need that. Oh, wait. And then all goes away, actually. Yeah. That's because it was copy paste. Okay. Easy peasy. Like, what is going on? I did see the code, and it's very similar to what we had before. So now image warehouse. There we go. Test coin, which is indexed too much, has the sprite sequence length spin. You look at images.text from 0 to 5, so that is 6 elements. We want to actually throw one extra on there. I forgot about that. Plus 2. Add one extra for the looping. 1. Okay. Okay. There's another question that this kind of raises. Should not this animation specify its own frames per second? Hmm. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Okay. So, let's see. Let's do it that way. I think that'll clean up the layout quite a bit. Okay. There. That looks better. We can make it even slightly better. PNGs. Sprite. Animation. Sequence. For the image. There we go. All right. So that should be everything in the header that we need, other than to define the thing. We need two functions. That's the other piece of this. Oh, no, that's not true. We also need UV key pointer to UV sequences array. Okay, so we need that. Which we will set up above in the CPP file. Then we need apply UVs. Two more functions in here. Get sprite animation length for our sprite animation key. UV key array plus UV key pointer. Get sprite animation. I think that's good enough. Okay, so we got one, two, three. Or 5 things to output in the CPP file. Okay. So where do we want to start? We probably I'll put these near the top of the file. Do we have to? Let's see here. Image, warehouse. Yeah, big file, blah, blah, blah. We'll shrink that later. Let's put the UVs down at the bottom. I'm okay with that. Okay. So I basically want this. Oh, wait. All of this is if total sprite count is greater than 0. I don't need to output it otherwise. Boom. There we go. Same with these. Okay. Total sprite count. If I remember right. Count that up here. So in the CPP, where we export the CPP file. Here we are. We're just going to count them up to the top. Why not? If the type equals UV type UV sprite. Total sprite count. It's incremented. I actually don't need anywhere near this many parentheses if all we're doing is counting. We could catch this, but at this point I'm like, let's just get this hammered out quick and done. Because I don't know where I want to stuff such a number. Okay, so we count up our total sprites. Oops, okay. So where's the apply UVs? Right there. Sprite, animation, sequence, methods. Total sprite count greater than 0. We do a thing here. Okay. Then we need entries. Where's the, like, we basically want it to be the last thing in the file, I think. Here's the actual UVs. If total sprite count greater than 0. Then we output those other things. Okay. So we need to do anything with that. That's the next one. Oh, we put the new lines. We're not consistent. That's okay. Those are consistent within this file. I'm not that worried about it. Okay. Let's see. So here, all we really need is this. Oh, okay. There we go. So those are a couple things that are going to have to happen there. And then basically this stuff. Above that. Okay. So what we need is this thing. That's basically it. This thing is basically the same, except that. Oops, let's see here. Close, 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 close. There we go. I want to add one more method to this. Oh, that adds a bunch more bookkeeping for me, but it would prevent errors later in a more complex system. At least I will know what's going on. This is valid animation for a given image. If I feed it the wrong image for the animation key, it should complain. So part of it wants to say something like this. Cool. Is sprite animation valid for the asset? I think that would be a valuable function to have later. Or, I mean, be valuable as soon as we get this up and running. So we do that, we do that. That. Last label 3 times. Okay. So, I mean, for now we're just going to return true. To do implement. That way we don't forget it. Actually, we kind of already have this, don't we, for apply UV? Doesn't it do some validation? Otherwise, yes, this is the error message. So, that actually kind of already gives us what we want. In here, we're going to get the asset index. We're going to make sure that's valid. We're going to get the UV index. If the UV index is equal to 0, actually, this is not worth checking. We're going to get a UV from the key. Then if it's between that and that, sure. Okay, so let's think about this. We're gonna get our asset as a index. We need to get a UV index from this thing. So something like int sprite index equals integer value of our key. Okay, now we need to get the UV index from this thing, or at least the UV key equals sprite sequences and our sprite index. Let's take the first one. As long as the first one is good. I forgot what it's called already. Sprite sequence count. All right, so we got our index. Image index, I guess. Sprite index. We check it. Range. Get our UV key, our UV index. So then it had better be between. Entry UVs. Oh, so this is the image index. Okay, so that lets us ask the question. Hey, FitWriter, how are things going in Canada? How's the job hunt? Did you get called back yet? Why not a string literal? Well, these are string literals. The thing is, we've already done the work elsewhere to have a much better way to write out large blocks of code like this, with nice little templating replacements and basically chunking it into I need to output code here. I just haven't pulled it into this project, and that's like a between games thing at this point. So on the compiler day, I cheated. I wrote all the code snippeting piece for all of that somewhere else. I just haven't integrated it here. These are lots of string literals. There are string literals littered all over the place. Unless you're talking about where we're no luck yet. Oh, yep, that's too bad. Yep, it's gonna happen a lot. I've heard of people, even seasoned professionals, who are applying 60, 70 times before they finally get a hit that will accept them. So it's a rough job market right now. I hear Amazon has basically let go a whole bunch of developers. So once again, they're just flooding the market with highly qualified, or at least people with very nice looking resumes that you have to now compete with. Maybe you're not competing with them directly since you're more of an entry level, but it still dilutes the market for the rest of us. So, yeah. Kind of nothing more you can do about it except spam the old resume. Yeah, I have a way better way to do this now. I just I'm not dedicating any time to it today. True, yeah. Sorry to be a Debbie Downer, but the good news is there's always room at the top. It's a little use the R prefix. Let me see. I don't remember if that's in C++ 17. R string prefix. I don't remember when those went in. So you're saying use a raw string literal, I think. Oh, it was in C++ 11? Really? Gosh, that's been in there a while. I guess that shows how often I've tried it. No, I don't use those raw string literals right now. If I ever wanted to port down to C, which we're not that far from, I would not have to go then refactor everything. And I've done enough special character escaping that it doesn't bother me that much. So I just haven't, yeah, I haven't started using all the new string prefixes you're allowed. I think there's value in using those string prefixes, but I'm not sure that my mental model maps well with what they chose as valid as useful prefixes. I wonder if I thought about it longer, I would come up with a different set of prefixes that is somewhat orthogonal to what they've already got. But I don't know. Maybe I'd arrive at the same points and just say, well, that one I wouldn't use, but these other four are fine. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it that deeply. Um, but this, yeah, this all needs to go away anyways. This could all be cleaned up into a nice little code snippet library I've written. Not library. I don't know what to call it, but it doesn't matter. Point is, we can do this much better in the future. So, anyway, I do think this is it. Okay. So these are the three methods we need. Let's just compile this and run it and see what those look like. Oh, I did a search replace on that. But I didn't catch all of them. We're gonna run it. We'll look at our image warehouse. Reload it. Yes, it's a big file. Thank you. It will shrink. We will shrink that. Apply UVs. Okay. Is sprite animation valid given the animation key and the asset key? Get the image index, validate that. Get the sprite index, validate that. Get the UV key index, and say, for this image, we have a start index. So we need to make sure we're at that or above it. And we also need to make sure that our UV index that we're trying to get at, oh, I forgot to scope that one, is less than our start index plus our number of UVs that we allow. And that should be it. Okay, so let's go prefix this real quick. So that makes me happy there. I think this will run. Okay. And back to image warehouse. Sprite sequence lengths. Return it. And sprite animation. Return it. Which is just a pointer to a bunch of UV keys. Okay. Alright. So what's left? Comes in here. Because we need to define all of these arrays, one for each animation here. Then we'll point this thing at them all. Let's just uncrank this. Okay, we don't really need this line here. Do we? I mean, we can. It doesn't cost us anything. we'll leave it there. Get our start, our end, our frame count. Last label be key in our frame count. So, oh wait, we don't need to do this. This is already done in the header. I don't need that at all. Oh. Give me the key, give me the key equals some bunch of stuff. Okay. Okay. So that's one thing partially done. I think the sprite sequence lengths though. Which is here. I want that to come above that one. Just see how this is looking. It's always better to test early before the scope of the change gets too hard to handle in your head. Image warehouse. Okay. Now at the end, length of the spin equals something. Doesn't just be a bunch of integers, right? Well, no, that's not true. There'll be a bunch of UV keys, so that's fine. But the idea is here. Let's get those UV keys. Multi-line const character star and fprint in one go. Yeah. This all needs to be gutted anyways, using the our new code snippet piece, which is always kind of been sitting in the back of my mind, just never prioritized, and won't be prioritized until between projects. It's in the to-do list. So anything I do now It's just work I'm going to blow away later anyways. So let's see, I guess I could show it briefly. C11 also has string literal. Yep, C++11 does. Yeah, there are chunks of this we could clean up and make better, but it's just work that's going to go away. So, for example, in let's see here. So basically, I have already written a thing called code snippets. You can have a file, for example, I'm trying to think, maybe proj parser HPP might be best. So instead of me putting like the class names everywhere, like it just has templating in it, and then I can break it into chunks saying we do everything up to here, and then here's a chunk where I need to input code, and then we continue on with the next chunk, right? So there's, in this case, there's chunk 1 and chunk 2, and this is custom code I need to emit, and then it'll auto replace any text that we put in here as we go. So this is already something that would be much better than what I've got in the other project, and it just kind of works. So if, for example, in source VB project, let's see here, maybe like write HPP is what it's called. So if I was looking for, yeah, so here's that piece right there. It says get the code snippet for the VV proj parser chunk 1, making these replacements. Give me a blank line. Write out the rest of the stuff. Right. So this is that dot dot dot. And then here's write chunk 2 with those same replacements. Right. So this is already much more where I want to go than multi-line string literals and collapsing my C++ into a single f print. Because then I get to edit my code snippets as code with proper C++ visuals. C11, yeah, but when I use C, I tend to go C99. Yeah, I guess is the modern vernacular for string literals different than what I remember? A string literal just means it's a thing in quotes. So, like, I know that there's lots of different types now of string literals. Like back in C99, it's just things in quotes. Now you have like the Unicode prefix and the raw and all that stuff. No, I like some C++ features as well. Or C11. It's C, yeah. Like C++11 was a huge jump, and I like a good amount of it. It just, I haven't used all of it, and I don't necessarily see a huge amount. Like, let's see here. There's some things I definitely like, but let's see here. What's in C11? Yeah, I mostly stick with C99. It's supported everywhere. They did add multi-threading support, improved Unicode support. I mean, I just hashed my way through UTF-8 encodings by hand anyways. There's the U8 prefix, okay. Static assertions. Yeah, time spec functions. Okay. Hey. Oh, never mind. I don't have KNRC. I lent it out to somebody, but KNR sits on my desk. So, unless it's out on loan. Actually, I've loaned it to JTL, so you folks already know him. It is the Bible. It's the one true way. No, I just think C99 is probably the most stable, longest lived, most supported version. That's all. It's nothing, no like religious sentiment about it. But anyways, like I said, I've already got this code snippet framework that's so much cleaner than anything else I've got going on. Any effort I do in between to bring this up to snuff would just be effort that I'm going to blow away again later. So we're just going to stumble through this for now. Between projects, though, you better believe there's going to be a bit of an overhaul of a lot of this stuff. I may replace a lot of this asset pipeline with Python, maybe. Because I really don't. Right now, none of my projects are big enough that I care about the performance of the asset pipeline. I don't know. 50-50. Is it 50-50 though? Hmm. Anyway, I'm going to put an XYZ here so I can find it again later. In the header where I'll put the sequence key. Oh, come on. Sprite animation key. Here we are. This is basically what we need. So get this on a new line, and we will output a thing with maybe a comma. Now I have to do the sprites and images thing. We'll get the key, sprite index key we don't care about. Sprites in image. There. That might do it. Let's try it. Take it for test drive. Oh. Except we added +2, right? We did. Good. So before we can close it, this is actually a little different. I have to use a PHP script to generate very fast string comparison macros. Yeah, I'd be curious to see that. PHP may have improved over the years some, but it was never noted for speed. Okay. Don't actually need that. It's sprites and image. I don't care how many. Because I'm just going to put a comma every single time. Because we are going to manually insert at the end of the loop. Oh no, we need the other thing. This is close. Image sprite count. Okay. So we need data width and height, and start and end, and compute the frame count. We do not have to redo all these assertions. We're going to insert it once. World's fastest string comparison. Okay, let me take a look. Stir 5 comp. Okay. Stir 5 comp macro. Comp plus 0, comp plus 1, plus 2, plus 3, plus 4. Generate macro. Generate static inline function. Handle the generation. Huh. Interesting. Okay, okay. I see what you're doing here. So, I guess here's a question for you. If you really care about string comparison speed so much, um, where's the SIMD? You can compare multiple bytes at once, which of course doesn't work as well with UTF-8 encoding, but it'll tell you if it's equal or not equal. It will not tell you which one's greater. Yeah, SIMD. I want to do more SIMD somewhere, but I haven't hit the performance needs. This frame count. That's plus frame count there. Okay. I don't really need that. Okay, so we're just gonna copy paste a whole bunch of stuff. Roughly like that, I think. With data start and frame count, image sprite count. Those have to count those slightly differently. Okay, we do not have to do any of these assertions. They've already been done above. Comma. Give me the key, give me the thing. All of that goes away. And we actually need this. UV key, okay. Blah, 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 frame count, etc., etc. I think. Just need another one. I think that's right. Okay. So go through all that, which is inside of. Before we do that, okay. And we output one more time. Except with no comma. The class label, the key, and this thing is just 0. Sprite frame 0. Okay, let's just take that for a test drive, see where we messed up. Okay, SIMD string finding. Oh, yep, that looks like SIMD. Nice, nice. 128, 256, yep, 256. Yep. That looks about like I would expect. Good times, good times. The modern CPU is unbelievable. Where did width and height come from? Oh, that's the image width and height. We need that though. All we need is start and end, and frame count equals end minus start plus 1. Image sprite count less than frame count. Plus image sprite count. We don't need that. We don't need that. Or that. Is that right? Pick up a test drive. Oh, file, that's good. Run it. Then we see what's at the bottom of this file. Okay. So spin, it says, is 0240, which is not correct. I'm willing to bet this is like 8. Oh, it's not defined. Oh, that's because it's in warehouse header. Yeah, that's 7. 1, 2, 3. So I missed out on 3. This one has idle 0, then 0, which would be idle 0 and 1. Okay. I think we're close. We're double incrementing something, that's all. Right here. Okay, so this one, I would say the image, the length is 7 or 3. So we go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is 6 elements, plus the 0th one for the loop. Now, the loop is not required by anybody, but it is an option. Okay. Now the last piece is these 2 pieces of code right here. Okay, just about 2 o'clock. I'm gonna pause for a quick restroom break, and then we'll do that. Wait a minute, I might be able to start ads. I'm an affiliate now. Can I do an ad thing? Where's the ad button? Is there an ad button? Do I know how? I don't know how. I spent basically all weekend in communications with the support, trying to figure out how to get that all set up. Long enough that I didn't bother learning how to use any of it. So let's see here. There's a button for that. I don't know. I won't worry about it today. We'll think about it tomorrow. All right. So quick break. Be right back. Okay, okay. So let's put a comment line and maybe a blank line. Information collected for easy access. Okay. Warnings. Oh, that's completely correct. Run it and check it. Run down to the end. Boom. Okay. Not quite, but I can see what's missing. There we go. Now, for each of these lengths, length underscore modulus s happens here. Okay. Go through every image, Sprite animation sequences. We're gonna skip that. Don't need it. Start frame count. We don't need that either. We don't actually need any of this. The output. Something like this. Class name and that. Okay. So then we need a comma. And the total Sprite index equals 0. If let's see here, Sprite index is equal to total sprite count minus 1, question mark. I'm going to put nothing, otherwise we output a comma plus one sprite index. Boom, done. Is that it? Maybe. Let's see what it looks like. There we go. Sprite sequence length spin and idle. Now we just need this thing to contain this and this. So we can look them up by index. Am I missing anything terribly weird here? I don't think so. All right, we are very close, I think, to being able to run compile on this thing. Very close. Okay. Right here. Okay, for each image, blah, blah, blah. We do not care about that, or data, or start, or end, or frame count. Only care about this thing. Sprite index needs to start over though. That's labeled. And then we need that thing, and then this line right here. I think that's it. Oh, plus Sprite index. Okay, is that it? Ooh, so close. Oh, that's true. There we go. Run it. Reload. Yes, it's big. Wonderful. Okay. Could use a little bit more indentation here, but Sprite sequence count. That better be 2. And spin length should be 7 and idle should be 3. Sprite sequence count 2. Correct. Good. Good, good. Okay. Last piece. When we ask for a sequence, which we can now do, we need to tell it whether we expect this sequence to loop or not. Because here, we're adding the 0 at the end. We're saying we go from 0 to 1 and then loop back to 0. We expect the loop to close. So if we ask for a sequence, we should say yes, loop it, or no, don't loop it, which would give me a slightly different number. That's all. Up here, where we say get animation length, all we have to do is lie one time. So here, where we say comma, bool looped, okay, that's another option. Oh, okay. I would like frames per second and a true or a false. Is that asking too much? But whether we expect it to close the loop. That's not asking too much. We're 2 hours in. We've almost got all of the infrastructure done on the asset pipeline side. I think we can do this. Let's just say these are 6 and 6. And true and false. We can do that. Now, this true false information will never, ever show up in the image warehouse. I think that's way better than what we're doing now, where we manually set the frames per second and tell it whether it's a loop or not. Okay. But honestly, it's all there. Everything's there. Just about right where we want it. Yeah, between projects, we're going to do some major cleanup. Major technical debt, major... It's going to get way, way better. Okay. let's do this. When we're reading the file, read images file. Sprite. Okay. Okay, so here's where we read the pixel size. Look at images dot text 6 and true. So this needs to happen before that. And our integer data is going to contain one more thing. Data 8. I think we only ever use, let's see here, data sub. If it's a rectangle, if it's a thing, okay. Actually, a sprite only ever loads the first 4 words of that data buffer. So we actually have room. One, two, three. Oh, we do not want to do that. Okay. Count equals f scan f of the file. We need modulus d. That's going to be data plus 5. Count, it's less than 1, then it's an error. FPS sprite value for image thing. And I did string copy into here, so this should be usable for logging. There we go. Okay. Okay. Otherwise, oh, we've got the data. And then the next thing we need is either true or false. I'm pretty sure I just have a word defined somewhere, right? Yeah, we can read into word. It's fine. Whether it is looped or not. Hipster compare word with true. We're going to just say it has to be lowercase. That equals 0. Then result at image index UVs sub UV index data sub 6 equals 1. Else if this can all be made better. I'm just trying to hack my way through it. I'm gonna it equals false. Get that. Otherwise, error and break. if I put brackets around one term, I put brackets around all the terms, which makes me a little sad, but okay. Leave the definition as invalid loop. Expected true or false. Got something else. And what did we get? We got word. There we go. So we now have frames per second and whether it's looped or not. Go to here, we're outputting to the header. We need one more array of stuff, and that is frames per second. FPS. Right here. Okay. Oops, too many. This is FPS equals a bracket. I just expect a number and a comma. So I don't need a class label. Sub data, sub. Oh, I don't remember anymore. Data plus 0. Oh, these mean different things anyway. So this thing, UV Sprite, we get the size and the range. What we get into 6, whether we looped, and into 5, data 5. This all could be refactored much more beautifully. We're not going to worry about that right now. Data sub 5 plus 2 plus 1 if data sub 6 is greater than 0, frame count plus plus. Treat this animation as looping. That works well. Okay. I think brings me to this part here. Just out of curiosity, do I set up the test case? True and false. Okay. Okay, almost there. Almost there. It happens here, where we dump out the extra one if we need to. If data 6, let's see here. Bool is loop equals data sub 6. This might end up with some duplication, but it's okay. It's better than trying to be clever about my if statements to make them more convoluted. I think it is. Now, sprite count less than frame count. Then we do with the old modulus s trick, where we say image sprite count equals frame count minus 1 question mark. We do nothing, otherwise we put out a comma. Oh. I think that's correct. Let's go try it out. All right, clearly have an issue here. What happened there? What did I say? 5? We could. There it is, yeah. That's fine. Format. Okay, so we have the class label, we have the. Oops, no. Wait a second. Which one are we outputting here? Dadgum. Okay. There we go. Okay, down here at the bottom, we have, here are all the lengths of our sequences, which we measured at, they should be 6 and 3 now, or 7 and 2. Let's go take a look at that. Image warehouse. 7 and 2, because one is considered looping, the other one is not. Frames per second are 6 each, so we can easily update that now. Spin and idle. The Commas look correct. Numbers look correct. Oof. Okay. In about just a couple more minutes here, I should be able to finish this section up. FPS. We can always do something. What was I going to say? We can always change it manually ourselves later. That's the thing we can do, but we should be able to get, by default, the frames per second. Sprite sequences, FPS, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Generate our file. Image warehouse header. Now we see how bad we really screw things up. We're now compiling this project. -K clean and bill debug. Yep, we made errors. In-class initialization of wait a second. That's in the header. Yeah, we definitely should put const in front of that. Rate bound is not an integer. Well, that's because yeah. Okay. Sprite sequence count static constant. There we go. Bed PNGs. These are also not const, so that's going to be an issue. I want a space here. I want another space. Sprite sequence count here. Let's just grab this line. Sprite animation sequences. Static const. There we go. That's a little bit better, a little easier to read. I kind of want to add some more comments in here. Images. UVs. Come on, reload. There we go. Yeah, images, UVs, sprite animation sequences, sprite animation sequences for test coin. Okay. Clean debug. I mean, if that just works, I'm going to be tickled pink. Good old asset pipeline work. Yeah, we definitely 100% need to retool our image, our asset pipeline between projects. Definitely. That wasn't good. Index. Whoa. Yeah, I should probably say Sprite index. So it's this one, int UV index. Probably in the same chunk here. It wants a semicolon there. What else we got? Probably most of the rest of this is fallout from it, so. Oh, nope. Build target equals embed PNGs. Okay. Okay. Image warehouse h file. It wants a semicolon. I'm going to reload this big file. Yes, please. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's definitely a copy paste error. Therefore, all we need to do search for this and just remove those. Okay, we're whittling the errors down. Always a problem when you generate a bunch of code. You kind of have to make sure it all works before you can use it. Invalid conversion to integer. That's probably fair. Because I probably copy pasted probably this right here. Yeah, this should be int. And done. Oh, come on. Stop being. Just keep fat fingering the wrong thing. Okay. UV key out. That's true. That is true. This must also be namespaced. What else we got? UV key, image warehouse. Yep. And build target equals embed PNGs. Whew. feel like it's misunderstanding me. Image warehouse UV key. So that should be a pointer anyways. Oh, not looking definition. Okay, fine. Okay. Now this one is interesting. Here we are. Expected the primary expression before image warehouse, but image warehouse UV key declares the type of this thing. Let's take a look at the implementation file. Oh, really? I don't think we reloaded it. Oh, need that line. This stuff can actually be all pulled in. Oh. Okay, I see what's going on. That goes there. Means all this denting we've done doesn't matter. Is incorrect. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, whoa, my vome shama brau. How's it going? Haven't seen you in a while. Tudo bom? You must have been finishing up school or working hard or something. Tudo bom. Ah, beleza. Yeah. End of school. trying to get a job, so many things in life. So busy. Well, glad to have you back. Welcome back. Yes, yes, yes. You're developing a game using Godot. It's really chill and nice. Yeah, yeah. No, I think Godot has matured a lot after Unity shot itself in the face. I think they saw a window of opportunity to really improve themselves and put themselves forward as the Unity replacement. Which is funny because that's pretty much how Unity grew to the position it was by selling itself as an Unreal replacement until they screwed themselves. And Unreal is still doing fine. So, yeah, fun times. We're just going to do a full clean and debug now that we're through the build process. Developing it for the semester project, low level master. No, I mean, honestly, it depends on what you want to do. Like, when you first start out, using a game engine is a great way to get started, get acceleration, like learn how the systems work, put something together. That's not bad. I'm not saying don't use a game engine. I just think that for what I'm doing, a game engine is like trying to shoot a rabbit with a cannon, right? JTO, good afternoon. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you back. Now, if you're still doing game engine stuff after you're done with school, that's just shameful, shameful. You should be an expert by then, right? So we're just gonna make sure that it just runs. Debug and sandbox. Spacebar. This one loops the back and forth 3 times. Okay. Now that doesn't use any of the new stuff we've written. I just wanted to make sure that what we've written hasn't affected anything else. So now it's just simple plumbing. No, I think there's probably a balance, right? And I probably tend to come off more on the you should learn low level things side of things than I really intend. And that's because there's so much push on the other side. So I think there's a balance, right? There's the learning the system and how things work and getting things done, right? Use a library, use dependencies, use pre-built engines for a while. Yeah, it's fine. Depends on the project, depends on the requirements, the timelines, etc. But then nobody goes back and tries to learn the lower level stuff, which is actually where I'm at. Like I think my career crippled my programming skill. Like I don't think I'm as good as I should be by now. And so I'm taking that time to go lower level and be like, let's take the time to learn it. And that's what I think the balance is. You need to make time to go lower than most people ever will. So maybe I come down too far on the other side. Javest, thanks for dropping in. Always appreciate you in the chat. You have a wonderful evening. We'll see you tomorrow. So let's plumb this in. We have all the tools we need. Sprite. So what we have is we can initialize what did I call it? Initialize as an image at. Image array. So okay, all right. I want to change that order just a little bit. So we have animation sequences with images. We have animation sequences with a UV mapping of a single image. And now we want the ultimate void play or set sprite. the image warehouse sprite animation key done. And this is going to do the rest of the work here. Okay. We're going to make sure we're not running, just like everybody else does. Boom. Ryan is feeling motivated. Good, good. But it better be a cool game you're making with Godot. If you're going to use an engine, you have all those tools to use. Better use them all. Okay, so set sprite. So what we have here are these 4 functions we will need. Assert that this key I think we just exposed the texture quad, yeah. It's valid for m_texture quad. And its asset. Do I not have access to the access? Oh, texture. There we go. Texture. Point to. Pretty sure this exposes that thing I need. Index. I really don't like the word index here now. It makes me sad. We're asserting that the sprite animation is valid for the image we're trying to show. Okay, part 1. Part 2. We're going to get the length of the sprite animation. Get the frames per second for our sprite animation. And we will say init UV array of our length oh no, we don't do that. Ooh, let me think. I'm gonna say clear when we do this. Clear. We're gonna clear any data we already have. And we get the length, and we do not do this. We don't actually. Okay, there it is. We need these 3 things. There we go. We tell it we are not the owner of this data. Then we just set this thing equal to that. So we get the FPS set, frames per second to FPS. Done. So that's kind of the idea here. We can say, here's the animations we want to use, and it'll just load everything up for us fast and easy. So we go back to our sandbox. Well, let's just compile it without using it. So what's your game for your project? Top down, side view, isometric, 3D, roguelike, FPS. What you doing? Platformer. Technical platformers are always fun. So many game genres, so little time. Okay, so we'll start fixing these while we wait for that build to go. Which warehouse? We just scoped that thing. What else we get? Get Sprite animation. Oh, oh, oh. I do not want people to reset anything. Which means I have to do runtime checks, not compiler time checks. Okay. There'll be a Mega Man Blue Collar Man's game. Cool, cool. You'll shoot screws and be a worker. Nice. Nail guns, screws, all good. And the boss will be the boss. He is cool. Kid Chameleon sprites. Nice, nice. Okay, okay. Nice. Sounds fun. Okay, so we need to go to Sprite. We gotta change a couple things here. I really, really, really would rather image warehouse maintain constantness of that stuff. But I cannot. Well, shoot. Oh, wait. Okay, so we cannot return a const of it. I will add a note, though. I like nonsense comedy. Put in some other nonsense things. Oh yeah, I mean like slipping on banana peels. A really good game for like that nonsense, but it's all very thematic. Is like Worms Armageddon, an oldie but classic. More of a what did they call those? Dome Wars, Scorched Earth like ones. But Worms Armageddon, you're a worm, and like there's the knife, and then there's like the sheep gun, where your gun literally shoots a sheep. All sorts of absurdities. The naming of the worms was great. But yeah, banana peel would be good. All sorts of fun things you can do here. Note. Returned value is not const. You know what? We should just make this const. We should work at it from the other side. There's no way that we should expose that way. Dang it. Shoot. underscore const UVs, I guess. Was watching a video from a guy optimizing Mario N64, got scared. Well, that would be cool. I like optimization. Like that's actually one of the most fun parts, I think. Started speaking about the assembly to explain the strange code. Yep. No, I mean, until you've done a little bit of assembly, like you don't have to really do it. Like if you're generating some from patterns, a lot of things start making more sense. Like everybody should take a compilers class where they target a small fake VM, byte like register based VM. I think that would fix so many problems in the world for those that want to get serious about programming. Assert that we own the data. Okay. Set sprite if the owner of the frame data is this one. Otherwise, m underscore UVs equals. Or, I don't know. Oh, okay. Oh, no. This is fine. Const UVs. There we go. Log. This basically looks like this. M underscore const UVs. We'll try that. Ooh, there we go. YouTube video. Always good. Okay, yes. This is not a channel I've seen before. I will have to watch it. Optimization, especially on old hardware, like so a lot of new hardware optimizations are about taking advantage of all the features that the hardware offers. So it's about, vectorization, thread scheduling, things that all of our modern hardware supports, right? How to use the cache more efficiently. A lot of the old optimizations, like Nintendo systems and those sorts of things, it's more about how can I abuse the features that I've been given to make things faster. Like there was, I forget what it was, but somebody was trying to load textures for like the first real scrolling 360 platformer, and nobody else could do it very well. And he found this one weird, obscure instruction for the chipset, and it didn't do what you would think it would do, but as a side effect, he could get it to do what he wanted to do. And so, like, he completely hacked around the available instruction set to load textures fast enough. It was very, very interesting. Do you agree with that? More about know all this many functions from default library. Yeah, well, yeah, modern. I mean, and that's kind of the same thing with what they did, right? Except that they didn't have the bajillion functions. They had, you know, maybe a handful of functions, 60 API calls that they can make on the hardware, or there were, you know, that many register things you could set. I did it again. And so it's not about, it's about using them creatively. Unlike today, if you don't use it the way that it's intended, the hardware just can't deal with it well. Feature graphics and performance will not really change the final result. There are lots of very bad games in terms of what's it? In terms of graphics that are actually very, very good games, right? So this should spin, spin, spin. Okay, we just added the function. I don't think we're actually using it. Okay, so that all looks the same. I haven't broken anything yet. So now we go back to sandbox. And here, we get to replace all of that code with msprite2.set sprite to image warehouse sprite animation key spin. And in theory, that just works. Exactly the same as before, except it won't be the reverse, it'll be mirrored. Okay, sandbox. And now, ooh, ooh, oh, super close. So, let's log it. Let's see what we get. Nice coin. Let's see. Things will be cheaper and faster to create cause there's no overcapacity. These things don't matter. Any modern game is going to use every last ounce of all the resources to look as pretty as it can in the AAA space. As an indie developer, you can downplay the graphical intensity, but you then have free resources to do lots of other things. Also, optimization for small teams is gonna, you know, it's a harder thing to put in the schedule than, hey, I'm gonna get a contractor for 6 months to, you know, optimize these things that knows the system forward, backward, inside out. Like that's, you know, big money talking. Okay, where did that default come from? That is not 7 frames. And then it's 0 filled, so that makes sense. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 0. Huh. I don't think that's what's in the image warehouse. Reopen. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe I'm doing something wrong still. 1, 2, 3, 4. It should have 5. So it stopped early, and I know why. I know why. Okay, so that all is expected behavior. Shower time later, you'll be back. Okay, cool. Yep, come on back. We're just sitting here coding away. Just coding, coding, coding. Okay. Right here. Remember we were removing the extra one unless it was looped. Well, we don't have to now. There's just a separate check for looping, so which kind of means no, it does not mean that. Wait a minute. Okay. I think that fixes it. Oops. Build target equals embed PNGs. What just happened here? Too many arguments for format. 1, 2, I agree. There's only 2 here. Let's just do a full clean. Okay, no warnings now. Re-embed everything. Image warehouse. Let's take a look here. There it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's our 6 and then our 7th entry. Yep. Now we can compile, clean, debug. Actual game. That might just do it for us as far as features. I'm 90% of the way of saying, let's not worry about UV tiles at all since we're not using them this game. Let's just put them into do. It's like the same process of what we just did, but for tiles. So it's not a sequence. It's more of a how do I get all the tiles in the tile set that I can reference easily by row and column instead of having to look things up by the UV itself. So there's convenience methods we can make there, but we're not. Oop, there goes compilation. I don't see any unexpected warnings. Run it. Okay, in here. 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Flip flop 6 times. Perfect. We're done. That's it. Call it good. Okay. Whew. Journal. Okay. Embed PNGs updated to take yes. And if the sprite is looped as inputs, image warehouse now has functions that support sprite animations by sequence lookup. Sprite updated with a convenience method to use what is in image warehouse tested in sandbox. Is that it? Sprite animations of convenience methods. Okay. So in sandbox, you can see what we gained here. Like, this is just kind of the standard usage you would expect, right? That somebody might want to do. So you can still do that. But we can derive everything we need to do this from the file, from the asset pipeline itself. So why not just provide that as a one-shot go? I think that's reasonable. Way easier, prevents typos. You can say, yeah, I want it to spin. This also means later on when we do like state-based animations, we can just say, oh yeah, set our sprite animation and let's go. I don't like this name though. Let's go change that real quick. I don't like that name. Set sequence. I think that's nicer. There we go. Should just work. Perfect. Okay, good. Let's see here. Image warehouse now bundles all sprite sequence info for easy use. Sprite has single function call to use all that convenience. Boom. Oh, nice. Okay. So we are basically ahead of schedule in terms of what I thought we would be at this point. So my estimates were that I would spend 2 full weeks on technical debt and bugs and cleanup, but we got all the bugs and technical debt done in 3 days. I kind of planned on a week, which means we got to start on sprites last week. That was basically the last major feature. So we are officially into polishing phase. So for polishing, this is like fixing the art, fixing layout, getting more fonts, maybe getting more sounds, changing the animations. We're definitely going to change the buttons away from Windows 90s style. This is about polishing and making it nice to play. And while we're doing that, this will be happening in parallel. Once this is all done, we're basically into let's compress and optimize things, and some loose ends that really are pretty minor. Well, minor. I don't know how long it's gonna take me to fix that one. That might be a big pain. But yeah, we're in the polishing phase now. So we're gonna start adding more and more of these polish items. But it all starts with art. Until we've got our final art in, animations and layout don't matter. I think that's a correct statement. So we need art. This is the part I am the worst at. Probably the worst at. There's a thing. Okay, good to know. I have to keep that up. Okay, anyway. So, polish. The main art we need. Notebooks, the error banner. I don't want to do those until we've got better art. So I think the next task, lay out the game scene main elements. Basically, I need to know how much room everything is going to take in our final actual build. Lay out the main elements. We do need to decide on an art style. I'm no artist, but I should be able to use. So here's my plan. I'm going to use Blender to lay out the game scene itself, where the chalkboard goes, where the bookshelf goes, where the table goes. Then I'm going to print that out. Then I can use a pen and a straight edge to trace onto separate pieces of paper how everything fits. Each individual piece, like the bookshelf will be different from the chalkboard, different from the table. There'll be 3 different objects. So we're going to trace those outlines. Then I'll color them. Maybe I'll use crayon. Maybe I'll use colored pencils. I think that would fit the theme of being in a classroom. Also, it's pretty low effort. It's not low effort. It's low entry, low barrier of entry. I'm not a digital artist, far more so than I'm not a real artist. Like, I don't know. So I think that's my plan. Lay it out in Blender, print it out, trace the outlines. Well, maybe not print it out. Maybe we can export it to an image and use GIMP to export my outlines. Then I trace. Basically, I'm trying to remove all of the art technical abilities from the problem. I think that's the plan. So what we need is everything is going to be made relative to our largest supported size. So Blender's going to render out an image like that. Everything's 4x3. Okay, so here, let's write this up. While I'm thinking out loud here. Journal. Notes. Polishing art. Use Blender to lay out a scene. Blender to that size. Let's put this in the to-do list. Why not? Polish art. Use GIMP to trace the outlines of shapes and print those outlines. Trace the outlines and color. And probably the coloring may be done off stream. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how long we go. Colored pencils versus crayons. Maybe if I really wanted to, I could pay a nephew of mine to watercolor something. The chalkboard should be 4:3 ratio and big enough to fill 1920 by 1440. So the chalkboard's going to get special treatment that nothing else will. Okay. Is that it? That might be. I honestly don't know how long this is going to take. So yield to do. Hopefully we're getting through one or two of these in the next day or two. Just a reminder to everybody, I will be out Thursday and Friday camping. Okay, and our only elements to matter. Let's see here. Walls, bookcase, table, chalkboard. Those are the main elements. We will add other things later. I think the layout of these 4 items is the key. And maybe we don't even have walls. Maybe it's just a wall. Clean up, add to asset pipeline. That is the plan. It might be snack time. I've got jalapeno poppers calling my name. So I think that's our plan. We're moving into polishing phase. The main art elements are the top ones. If we get those right, anything else we add just needs to match the style and fit in the remaining space. Oh, we do have okay. I have more ideas, but we'll start with this. So notebooks, error banners. One thing I have an idea of is art. Letter blocks. One thing I'm thinking about. Okay. That's okay. We're doing walls, bookcase, table, and chalkboard. The chalkboard has to be big and a specific aspect ratio. Anything else I need to tackle? Okay. Then in that case, we will do a snack break. Quick snack run. Snack run, not a break. Snack run. Grab it, and come back and work. So let's do that. And I think I found the button for how to play an ad, which should only run a minute. So while I'm heating up my jalapeno poppers, you'll not be bothered too much, hopefully. I'm more curious to see how much it earns as a single ad than the actual amount of money that's actually made, right? It's like, what does this mean? What does an ad mean to me? Yeah, snack run. Be back in a jiffy, which is not accurate. A jiffy actually has a unit of has a measurement of time associated with it, which we can talk about when I get back. So, um, I'll be back shortly. Okay, I am back. I did click a button to run an ad. I don't know if it actually ran the ad. Did it actually run the ad? It says it's preparing a 1-minute ad in 4 minutes. I don't understand. Didn't see an ad. Well, hopefully in 4 minutes it doesn't fire off an ad. That is a very bad way to run advertising, in my opinion. But there's a countdown timer. Huh. Well, I don't understand this system. We're just experimenting. So let me know in 3 minutes and a half if an ad pops up. That's not how ads are supposed to work. If I need to go on an ad break, it's usually because I gotta get off the machine for a minute and answer a phone or something. Okay, whatever. We're just winging it. Okay. So, art. Not a strong suit. So let me see here. If I go to Blender. Okay. I'm going to delete the cube. Camera. Or whatever. Viewport. I don't know anything about render engines. Oh, come on. Somewhere there's a 1920 by 1440. Don't care about frames or output for now. Our z-axis, we don't want to be 5 meters up. Let's say a student is probably 5 feet, so maybe 1.5 meters up. There used to be a way. What is it, 0? Aha. Nope. Shift F, Control F, Alt F, Shift F. There used to be a way to fly the camera. Anyway, we're gonna put this on 0. Okay, rotate about the x-axis 90 degrees. That's not at all what I wanted at all. There we go. So that's our scene. This is what we're going to use for our layout. I just make a giant plane. Okay, first of all, well, not spacebar. They've changed things on me. Let's see here. Add mesh plane. Got the x-axis 90 degrees. Scale it. Well, let's see here. How big does the room really need to be? Grab up the z-axis by 1. So that's 2 meters tall. A 12-foot ceiling. .6. What would a 10-foot ceiling? 3 meters. Let's go 3 meters. Scale out the x-axis 4 times. Okay, so that gives us a little bit of a ceiling at the top, and a little bit of a floor at the bottom. Which is actually desirable. So we do want to see the table legs on the floor. I think that's what we want. Extrude on the y-axis somewhere. Let's see how far we're going, like -5 meters. Extrude on the y-axis -5 meters. Okay. Overkill, but functional. Okay, that's a little bit more normal. Okay. So there's our wall. Now we need a table. Okay. I'm gonna add a mesh, add a cube. That's usually a good place to start for a table. Or a desk. It's a good jalapeno popper. Oh, let's see here. A typical desk is about 30 inches off the floor. So 30 inches in meters. I need to come up about 0.76 meters. I think what I want to do is scale everything down by 0.5, grab on the z-axis 0.5, so that should put the bottom of the... Basically, we're going to create a table leg. Scale everything x and y down to small. So the height of these is 1 meter. These need to be about 0.76. Scale these points down. Scale not on the z-axis by 0.25. Something like that, maybe. Let's see. Jalapenos from your garden? No, our jalapenos didn't do that good. The peppers in general seem to elude Nicole. We got a few peppers, but really not what we would like. I mean, I did crank out a sweet yellow pepper and a green pepper onto an omelet the other day, but there really wasn't many. And yeah, the jalapenos not. So a little bit sad. Let's move this down. We want the top of the table, not the top of the leg. So, let's see if I want points an inch, 0.76, 0.74. That means there's 2 centimeters. 7.635. That's 2.5 centimeters. That's darn near an inch. Okay. So I'm going to go up the z-axis a little ways, like point 0.025, extrude down 0.025, negative. So those should be at a height of 0. Nope. Grab Z 0.025. Nope. Did that not extrude? I thought that would extrude. Extrude 0.025. There we go. And now extrude enter scale not on the z-axis by 0.1 point. Scale 1.25. There we go. Just trying to add some angles, interesting angles maybe. So if we click, oops, not that one. These 4. I'm going to move that down a centimeter, minus 0.01. Yeah, okay. So that's a table leg, I guess. And that should line up with the ground plane and give me 2.5 centimeters on top to extrude. There is probably a problem with this model right now. That is, go to wireframe mode. It's not a problem. Oh, good. I was afraid that this point here, these 4 inner points, had extruded down into the bottom plane. That doesn't look like it happened. Go back to solid. We're going to extrude. I gotta decide kind of how I want to do this. Extrude this up 0.025. How did your jalapenos turn out? Food on the y-axis, 0.025 negative. We're gonna select everything. We're gonna move it. Oh, are we? No, we're not gonna do that yet. We'll do that later. So typical desk is. Hold on. Okay. Somebody stole my keys, which has a tape measure on it. It's probably a good 30 inches deep, which we already talked about is 0.75. Good. For some reason, they do really well up here. Yeah, I think we've decided it's lack of nitrogen in our soil, so just need to apply a lot more fertilizer than we thought. That's the current running theory. Um, hmm. Desk is what, 24-ish inches deep? So 24 inches. About 0.6 meters. Um, how wide was this thing? This was 1/4 of a meter wide. That's actually a really thick leg, isn't it? Hmm. Maybe I'm too much of an engineer about things. So if it's 1/4 of a meter, we need to go 0.6. There'll be another 1/4 meter on the other side, just 0.5. That's actually not very much table. We really need to narrow that table leg down a lot. Uh, oh, that's fine, actually. Oh, we'll just put the face back up for now. Just to keep things from looking weird. Okay, so this needs to scale down a lot. Need to scale. Is there anybody in chat who's like a good artist who's like cringing at everything here? Scale, not on the z-axis, 0.5. Well, that did not move the way I expected at all. Huh. Hmm. Okay, well, we have some duplicate points here. Okay, it thinks I've extruded here. Alright, just remove them then. Alright. Let's get our circle tool. I'm going to scale all those points. Hit this one, this one, this one. So we're going to scale 0.5. Oh, that's better, I think. Here at the top, 0625. I don't think that behaved the way I thought it would behave. On that face. Everything else kind of did. Usually build in Salome's CAD, then bring it into Blender for rendering. You're doing. Oh. Yeah, it's always a fun adventure trying to remember what you knew before. I think what I want to do is delete this face, this face. And actually, these faces as well. I think. Maybe just delete all the lower faces. Okay. This one, extrude down the z-axis by, what did I say, 0.025 negative? Now what we're going to do is we're going to make, oh, not that one, this one, a face. But I don't want this edge, so we're going to remove the edge. Okay. Same thing with these. We will extrude z-axis 0.025 negative. Make a face. Delete the edge. Make a face. Delete the edge. Okay. Now this is a face. And this is a face. Extrude down the z-axis 0.025 negative. Face, delete the edge. Face. In theory, that looks okay to me, technically. So now we can extrude this on the y-axis. So that was just say 0.25. These are on the y-axis that far off. 1/3 of a meter. How far are these? These are y minus 0.15. Grab on the y-axis. Oops, y-axis. 0.15. Should put these points at 0. So this, if we look down from the top, this edge of the table is at 0, 0, which means our table, which we want to be 0.6 meters. So this needs to be 0.3, which is actually not very much. That's fine. So let's grab everything. We need to move this one also. What did I say it was? Well, that's 0.3 out. Grab on the x-axis by minus 0.3.15. Okay. So now our table corner is at 0, 0. Extrude some amount minus 0.3. That is not a very wide table here. Okay, but this point is at minus 0.3 and 0.3. Grab x 0.3, grab y minus 0.3. Should put the open corner there. Then we mirror modifier. Where's my modifiers? It's a wrench, right? I'm gonna add a mirror modifier on the x-axis is probably fine. Oh, let's go about the y-axis for now. That does not look very wide. So this is 0.3 meters. This is 0.6 meters all the way across. Did I not say that was 24 inches? Pat 2, haven't designed my own 3D models since the days before Autodesk required Maya and 3D Max. They have AI text to 3D now, by the way. Oh, good heavens. Okay, all right. It's not too bad. Yeah, there are some things the AI does okay at. That doesn't look like 24 inches of a desk to me. Hmm. Oh well, we're gonna grab everything. We're gonna mirror also on the X, but we're gonna grab on the X-axis some amount. Maybe we'll just make things bigger. Maybe I'm trying too hard to make it somewhat accurate, but it doesn't really matter. Grab on the X-axis, Y-axis, make it a little bit wider. Those look like okay dimensions for a table. Pardon me. Okay, then I'm just gonna grab these, set them to 0. Okay, we are at some weird numbers. That's a table. It's identifiable at least. Put the walls back in. Go over here. Nope, not Z. Okay. Grab on the y-axis, bring it out. Of the wall. Sort of. Actually, what am I saying? Somebody's got to sit behind that with like a chair. Okay. Now we are going to show that one. This one. And these two. There we go. Extrude down some amount. Another seam here, so we will extrude 2, 5. No, I don't like that. Oh, here we go. We can just extrude out 5. Extrude y.025 negative. Okay. That is technically a table-like thing, sort of. One thing we could do. It's not those ones. We can grab on the Y. You can add a little angle to things. 0.0125. 125 negative. Just a little bit of an angle to it. Okay. All right, the table does not quite fit where we want yet. So grab on the y-axis. Not really room for a chair or even somewhere to stand. Not sure how I feel about that. I'll do those two movements there. Let's just loop cut here. That It's gonna look better. Just adding a little bevel to the top. Grab on the x-axis, put a 1, 2, 5. Okay. Well, maybe it's okay. All right. So here's what the camera sees. Lighting is almost completely useless. If I was a classroom light, I'll be over here somewhere. There are no shadows. This light feels a little harsh. Okay, that looks a little better. Light, properties, light. Um, Lights. There we go. You do not need 1,000 watts. A little softer lighting. Okay. Okay, so back to solid. So what we need is a 4:3 ratio chalkboard. So if we hide the, let's see here, the cube is called the desk. You can hide the desk and the wall for now. We're going to add a cube. We're going to call it chalkboard. Alright, so I sort of imagine like a wooden frame around a blackboard. So we're going to scale everything on the y-axis. Oops. Let's scale everything down 0.5. Grab up the z-axis by 0.5. Then we want maybe the wood to be 1 inch, right? So 0.025 would be the wood frame, maybe 1 inch thick. And we want a ratio of 4:3. It needs to be above, so let's put the wall and desk back in. And grab, it needs to be a 4:3. So I guess the question is, what's this height from here to here? Okay, if this is 1 meter by 1 meter, which is what it looks like, then we can scale on the x-axis 4, scale up the z-axis 3, and we scale the whole thing down by not the z y-axis, by 0.5, by 0.75. So we're going to scale by 0.65. Shift Y. Right about there. Yeah, there's not a lot of features to distinguish it from anything else, but that's fine, I think. So if we go side on view, we do need to move all those pixels that way. Grab Y 0.0125 minus. I made that thing 1 inch wide. I guess it's not that important. All right. Okay, so this one we're going to extrude, scale, not on the y-axis, by some amount, 0.9. I guess it doesn't really matter. What does matter is how far these points are from these points. So this vertex is at not a very convenient number, that's for sure. Maybe what we should do, oh dear. Should move this back to 0, 0 for a moment. This is 475. So grab Z 0.475. Now everything's at least the same place. Okay. Now this is up how much? Z 0.0975. Let's go 0.1. Which means we need to be 0.1 down from here. So 185. 1.85. Then from here, on the x-axis, 1.3, so this is 1.2. This is 1.2. Okay, so we have our symmetry reestablished. Okay, now we're going to move this in. So extrude on the y-axis minus 0.005. Nope. Point 0.005. So that's now recessed in just a little bit. We can add a little bit of an angle here. Grab Y. Oh, what? Okay, that's fine. Grab Y. 0.005 this way. Just a little bit of an angle there. Okay, put the wall, the desk back in, tab, grab. I want the center of this one on the x-axis to be the same as the one on the chalkboard. Okay, let's just check. Okay, back to solid. So this thing should have a chalk tray. It was a chalk tray. Fortunately, doesn't really. I don't. I don't like the way that I built this. Oh well. This is me not knowing how to art properly. Maybe do instead. Take those four. Extrude up some. Let's see how much. 0.0125, which is not great. Actually, kind of don't like that. It's going to cause some nasty. It doesn't matter. This is not for 3D game. I just need a layout. I need to not get too stuck on it. Whoops. You can hide the wall. Okay. Extrude on the y-axis. What, like 2 inches? So 0.05. Something like that. Tray. So the alphabet has to fit here. Does the chalkboard still have a 4:3 ratio? I would hope. Okay, let's see. Chalk trays usually have a bit of a dip in them, but I think we'll do that in the art stage, not the layout stage. I used to be able to set colors for faces, which would help distinguish things a little bit better. Do I remember how to do it? It has been a long, long time. So I can visually see what's going on a little bit better. Hide the wall. Okay. Where's materials? Gosh, I don't remember anything. It's been too long. It's our output. Hmm. Nope, I don't remember how to do it. All right, well, read about it then. That's the correct attitude. Oh, went over the AI Wordle game finally. Had to refactor a lot using raw pointers everywhere and hard coded almost everything. Unreal. You didn't give it proper supervision, huh? It reminds me of the old story of Microsoft when they were making, gosh, which one was it, Word or Excel or something? And you were you were you were your metrics were number of tickets closed or something, number of bugs solved. So people would get a ticket that would say, "Hey, when I ask for the text of this element, it doesn't report 12, which is the number I just set." So they go in and they would literally hard code return 12 in the font get font size method and check it in. And then close their ticket. Because they knew tomorrow they would get another one saying, "Hey, this doesn't report the font size expected font size of 14." So they just speaking of hard coding, that one cracked me up. Yep, anytime you measure something, it will be abused. Okay. So hopefully there's still enough room over here for a the banner. Although we don't have a lot of room. Maybe there's not enough room for title. Timer's going to move. That's not going to be here. Timer might be overridden by the banner. I feel okay about that, I think. Chalkboard feels a little high. Chalk tray will be a little higher than the desk. Okay. Sad part is I'm so bad at this, like we're still in the layout phase. I'm sure somebody artistic and architecturally inclined would have already had all this done. But that's okay. I don't get paid architect wages, so I tell people if I see you hard cut anything, it better just be pie. Yeah, yeah, pie is a good one. Well, it's one thing if you like leave a comment in the code like, hey, stub this out to build this other feature, revisit this, open ticket item. But yeah, hard coding 12 just to close your ticket, always fun. Okay. So is there enough room for a bookcase of sufficient size to do the job here? Besh. And how exactly do I plan on doing this? I start with a cube, as usual. Scale it down by 0.5 so that the whole thing is 1 meter by 1 meter. Let me grab up like 5 meters so that it's on the ground. I guess we can just grab this thing by negative 0.5 meters and put it on the back wall. What is the height of this highest point? Z, 1.95? Is that something we want to do? Grab Z, or not grab Z, we just set it there. 1.95. That's not what I expected at all. Z, 1.95. I guess that's relative to its own origin. So its origin is 0.8. 9. Okay. So this should be like 1.7 or something. If we want to level 0.7. Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa. Not what I thought I was doing. 2.75. There we go. That brings it level with the top of that thing. Is that desirable? I don't know. Scale X. Scale X. 1.5. I don't think anybody would ever actually lay out a classroom this way. I think it would be a terrible idea. One point 125. Oh, a little far. 1.1. Minus 1.25. That's a big move. Maybe 3.5. Grab X 0.05. 7.5. One. Grab X 0.1. So is that what my classroom looks like? So you're going to import a 3D scene as the asset inside of your scene. No, not a 3D scene. We're gonna do 2D art. I'm gonna try and make it look kindergartenery, which is not a word, but like I'm gonna color each of these components with either crayons or, but yeah, the way I've written my animations should all translate in fairly well. The trick will be relaying out everything, spacing on everything's gonna be different. Yeah, no, we're not doing any 3D for this game. There's no need. no need. Okay, so we're going to loop cut here. I wish I knew. What is this from? Relative to 0. This thing is 0.75. So let's go to 0.7 minus 0.7. Loop cut again. Go to 0.7. Loop cut. Oop. Come on. There we go. Z 0.7. No, 0.07. There we go. Loop cut. This is 2.75, so this needs to be at, shoot. This whole loop. 1.75 needs, or 2.75 needs to be at 2.5, 2. Oh, hold on. This will do math right? 2.75 minus 0.07. There we go. Now we need a whole bunch of shelves. This doesn't feel square. Possibly because I did math wrong. It's 0.7. That's 0.7. C. Oh. Okay. So yeah, I did not math right. So these things should be at 0.05. 7. There we go. So the space between here and here, we need to fit 10 rows in. So 2.75 minus 0.1 is 2.65. So each shelf gets 0.265 meters. Except there also needs to be a space in between each shelf. This is going to be at 0.05 plus 0.265. Plus 0.265. Whoa! Maybe if I put it in the right place. Plus 0.265. Plus 0.265. Oh, wrong line again. 0.265. Yeah. Probably this is the worst way to do it, but you get what you get. What's 0.265? 0.265. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That does look about right. 0.265. Whoa. 0.265. There we go. Boom. Okay. We do need a little bit of a shelf in between each of these shelves. We do need a vertical line through it. Now, relative to that vertical line, you need a shelf there, which can be, what is this, the x-axis? 0.025. Oh, no. 0.025. Zero, 2, 5. Okay, almost there. Um, ooh, one thing I should do. Get some art updates. There we go. Throw that in there. Okay. Basically, we need this thing to move up or down some amount. Oh, I forgot to ask. Did an ad ever actually play? There's like a weird countdown thing for 5 minutes, saying it was preparing one. I don't know how this stuff works. So how thick should the shelf be? It needs to be visible. Are those big enough to hold the words? Also, it'd be nice if this was not an orthogonal view, but like everything just went off one direction with no vanishing point perspective. What settings do I have on a oh, let's see. Camera properties. Nope. Ugh. I wish I remember how this stuff works. Although I also know that they changed things. Camera. Type perspective. Oh. Orthographic? Okay, that's... Hmm. That sure is orthographic. Something else. I don't know what it's like. Panoramic is not right. Perspective. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I'm afraid I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Anyways, back to the bookshelf. Okay. So what we want to do is move each of these lower ones down 0.0125. Maybe? Actually, let me do this faster. If we do them all at once. Okay, then we find this height, Z. We select this thing and we paste plus 0.0125, maybe? That is a very thin shelf. .025. That's like a full inch. Or very nearly. Plus 0.025. More and more, I think I may just have to hand draw to get the perspective and effect I want, which sucks because I don't do drawing. Oh well. We will make it work one way or another. We have time. We have time. We're not in a rush. We know this is our weak suit, so we can afford to take multiple tries. Our ego is not exactly tied to our artwork here. At least, gosh, I hope not. Maybe if I spent time and money learning it. didn't. Ooh, okay. Now, if I remember right, all I should have to do is extrude y. I forgot how deep this is. 0.75, 0.5. Maybe 0.45. Sure, that looks fine. I think if I'm very clever, we can do this in fewer extrusions. You just can't share vertices the wrong way. And if I am wrong, and if I regret this, there's always the undo button. All right, extrude y-axis 0.45. That went surprisingly well, I think, all things considered. I think we just do that again. Extrude y 0.45. There. Now, that is what it looks like in a perspective view. If I make everything orthographic, leaves me feeling sad in other ways. Like that table doesn't show the surface, so I can't look at the notebooks that'll be sitting on top of there. What this means. I'm gonna, oh, no, shift. No, that's not the one at all. Just aren't that many options here. I don't know what that means. Don't know. Custom properties, yeah, none of this helps me much. Well, I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about that. it'll be very difficult to line up the characters in a way that feels natural here. Um, hmm. I don't want an isometric edge on. It'd be nice if I had an isometric face on. Is that just what I have to do? Hmm. I don't know. I'm gonna have to stew on this for a minute. Uh, oh, and it's almost 5 o'clock, which. Okay, well, I'm thinking. Time for a restroom break. I will not click the add button again just in case I don't know what I'm doing. So let's take a short break and think about what we've done. Okay, we're back. I think the short answer is we're not real happy with the perspective view for multiple reasons. So how do I want to deal with this? If that was your window, the notebooks would barely be clickable. Bookshelf is too tall. It'd be nice if I could set something on top of it where the letters go, whether it's like a plaque or some letter blocks. Hmm. this perspective, like dropping the words. The spacing is not going to be even at all. Perspective on where the words are won't work at all. Then you need to do an isometric view. So with a perspective view, there are multiple ways that artists think about it. One is a vanishing point in the center of your view, right? Which is what you see now. If you look at the table, if you trace this line out to infinity and this line out to infinity, they would meet in the center of our view, right? The same thing here. You got this line coming down and in. If you trace these lines, and this line is going up and in, those lines will meet at the same vanishing point. Everything vanishes into a single point. There are other drawings where you'll have 2 points of vanishing. Basically, if you're looking at like the corner of a New York City skyline, street corner, right? The buildings will disappear off to the left and disappear off to another invisible point off to the right. You have 2-point perspective. There's also a 3-point perspective, but don't worry about it. 1 and 2-point perspectives tend to be the most common. In this case, since we're looking at everything face on, it tends to look like a single vanishing point. So in isometric, or in an isometric projection, the most common thing is to look at everything edge on, corner on, and everything vertical is up and down, everything left and right goes that way. The things that disappear off into the depth always go at 120 degrees. So everything remains parallel in its own axis and does not have a vanishing point. A lot of games use an isometric projection. I'm a little surprised there isn't an isometric projection just available here. But maybe that's not a camera functionality. Orthographic. Orthographic just means everything's flat. There's no vanishing point, there's no nothing. But I think this perspective view is going to cause us more problems. So if I were to sketch this out in an isometric view, maybe get a sketch paper here. What it would probably look like, move things around without hurting things too much, is that's our game window. Here's the top of the ceiling. Here's the bottom of the floor. Then everything has to go at 120 degrees. So your table tabletop would look like that. Table legs would look something like this. I'll show in just a minute. Not really set up for artwork at all. So, oh, there's a blender in the way. Anyway. Now I have to wait for, okay. So the table always, the depth goes at 120 degrees. Then the chalkboard would similarly have a component that runs at 120 degrees. It's not very thick. It still has to be there. The chalk tray, let's see. Come out at that same angle. What I'd have to do is use a ruler. Where is it? I have to wait for Twitch to catch back up. Is use a ruler to create all those 120-degree lines. All of that. So the bookshelf. About to there, something like that. And all the angles have to be the same. So the shelves would all be cut in at the same angle. Let's see, I don't know, where's the... So all the shelves would be cut in at the same angle. Everything has to be the same angle. Vertical, horizontal, or 120. That's kind of what I would like, I think. Which means this layout means almost nothing. Except what? What I need it for is the relative size of all these things. If I scale... Scaling an image is fine as long as I keep it scaled the same ratio on the X and Y. If I have to squish any of the shapes, it won't look right. So for an isometric view, I need... Let's maybe tackle this a little bit differently then. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll make it look okay. But I'm not an artist, which means we're gonna like hash and thrash about more than a normal artsy person. So I think that's the way we need to go. We need to do that. Let's save this scene anyways, just because we can. Active projects. Word sleuth. We'll put it in doc for now. Scene layout. Perspective. Okay. All right, changing tact. But I need 5, 6, 7 letters width here. So that's 14 letters width here. Over here, I think I'm laying out the alphabet in rows of something. Let's take a look. Let's close this out. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, but they need to be more spaced than these words over here. These words don't need that much space. per letter. In fact, the space between letter A and B is about double the normal spacing of a letter here, right? Ish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 7 by 5. How close is that to... So 7 by 5. I need a 4 by 3. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, it's not quite correct. It's 7, 8-ish rows, and it's more like space at the top and bottom. Maybe it's more like an 8, 9 by 6. Hmm. Hmm. I need to do this in inches because I think in inches. We can scale it with DPI later when we scan or after we scan. So if the chalkboard is 4 by 3, a standard English paper is 11 by 8.5. So we can't quite do a full 3 scale, but 2.5 times 4 2.5 by 3. That's not what I said. Come on. UXE. There we go. So that's enough room on the paper for me to draw a chalkboard. As big as I can on a standard sheet of paper. Bookshelf needs to take up some amount of space on the left. I don't think 50 50 may not be necessary. How much could we have narrowed this this bookshelf to make more room? Letter 2 plus a letter 2. So it doesn't need to be 50%. Or 2. I would like the chalkboard to be more prominent than the table. The table... Actually, that's... If we go with a 120-degree angle on this thing, it actually cuts into this space quite a bit. Do I have any isometric paper? Oh wait. Let me go see if I have any isometric paper. That might help me sketch out the spacing. Just a moment. 10 by 7.5 inch. Okay. Looking for isometric paper. Okay. All I have on hand is regular graph paper, but I do remember there was somebody who had isometric printouts that I could get. Do I remember where that is? Let me do a little digging around here. What was it called? Oh, let's see here. Map Row. He talked a lot about isometric maps. Um, Isometric figure drawing. That might be. I think in some of these he put a link in his movie descriptions. Oh. Download the grids I use. There it is. Okay. Phew. Interesting. Well, okay. Okay. So let me give out that link. This guy, Map Crow. Actually, I might as well shout out Map Crow. He himself is an interesting channel. He's more on like the role-playing game side of things, but he talks about isometric art. So let's see if I can find an 8 by 10. What does it look like? Nope, that's just graph. Really, he only does what, landscape probably. Okay. Um, okay, so I'm going to try and print one of these out, and we'll use sketch on it. We'll see what happens. I'm not real good with the visualization stuff, so let's flip that to landscape. Blah, 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 more settings. Scale, I don't know what default means, custom. Okay, whatever. All right, I'm just gonna try and print this and do some sketching on it. Let's try this. Hopefully. All right. Okay. So if I were to draw just the blackboard, it would be some number of grid squares this way. It would be some number of grid squares this way. Then there would be some depth added. This face remains unchanged, but then off this face comes the chalk tray. Oops, not that one. Oh well. So I should have started with pencil, but I can always print another page. Just prototyping here. Okay. I actually do need a 45-degree angle at the corners of the chalkboard to distinguish the wood from the blackboard. That probably won't look very right when I do it freehand. We'll do more math and precision when we're ready for a final drawing. I think what actually happens is the chalk tray runs up along here. Okay, so chalkboard might look more like this. If Twitch could catch up so I can see if it's working at all. Then the table quite a bit more depth to it. We just cheat and line this up with the corner to get started. Big old fatty legs too. Okay. And from here, that would come down 1, 2, 3 grid lines. There. Okay, then 2, 3. Oops, probably comes in shallow. One comes down, 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 down to there. Okay, so not a very good table, but you know. Just see what that looks like on the stream. As long as all the angles remain consistently 120 on the depth, and then everything else is horizontal and vertical aligned correctly, it should look okay. And the bookshelf needs to have the same plane as the table, but it needs to be pushed further towards the wall. So maybe it actually starts out from the wall by some amount. Bookshelf starts around here. It goes up, comes out. Like that, something like this. It may be that I'm just, well, one, I'm not a very good artist. So two, maybe that I'm too mathematically minded to let things just go. So I'm thinking, like I kind of want to math things. Is there any isometric drawing programs? Isometric drawing tool. Create an X face, a Y face, or a Z face. Create a line. Create a cube. see, but I don't. I want the bookshelf to go vertical. So why? I want it rotated 90 degrees. Okay, that part is entirely unhelpful. Inkscape. I bounced off Inkscape the last time I tried it. Online orthographic projection QCAD. Hmm. Not seeing anything helpful. Okay. I've got to think about. Okay. What's my fear here? If I draw out a bookshelf and it's not the right aspect ratio to fit in the screen when I rescale things, it will squish. Right? I don't want squishing. So how do I know what the correct aspect ratio for any of this stuff is? I know the aspect ratio that the blackboard has to have. It has to be 4 to 3. If I put that within another 4 to 3 ratio and scale it, if I scale it down by half, right? So it's, unit wise 2 to 1.5. That leaves 2 and 1.5 for others to use. That will not be sufficient. The table is probably going to feature more prominently than I want. That's okay, because we need a place to put doodads eventually. Mm. I went with a vertical layout. Okay, so 4 by 3. Take our screen units, and it's just 4 by 3. Somewhere within that, is another 4 by 3. 4 times x, 3 times x. And the remaining height the bookshelf can use up 100% of the height. The table cannot. So the height of the table is 3 minus 3 times the height. The bookshelf's width will be 4 minus 4 times that ratio. Now I do not want a ratio of maybe 2/3. 2/3. So if I put 4 times x over 4 minus 4 times x, and I want that to be about 2/3. No. The 2/3 are 3 halves. 3 halves. Because of the way I wrote the fraction. So then that becomes 4 times x equals 3 times 4 minus 4 times x all over 2. So that becomes 8x equals 12 minus 12x. We have the 12 over here. It's 20x equals 12. Therefore, the ratio is 12 over 20, which is equal to 6/10, which is equal to 3/5, which is 60% of my width. %60 of my width can be given to the bookshelf. No, can we? 60%. Okay. The height, we'll also take 60% of the height, so 40% of the height for the table. Now, if we're in a (1920) pixel area, and the bookshelf gets 0.4. So bookshelf is 1920 times 0.4. Ugh, come on. UXE, there we go. The bookshelf will be that wide. And if we were 1440 times 0.4, UXE, that would be the table height. Okay, let's do this. 1920 times 0.6. This is chalkboard width. 40 chalkboard height. Which is this much. That's how much room on the screen the chalkboard has to play with. Okay, I think we're starting to make headway. So bookshelf width. Table height. Now, the table width is the same as the chalkboard width, or the room I have to play with. Bookshelf height is the same as the full height, which is the full 1440. Those are the actual heights. We have a margin at the top and the bottom for maybe we write some code. Or we go back into GIMP and use guidelines to at least block out the areas. All right, let's go to GIMP. Let's try back to GIMP. Where's my GIMP? Bring it up. New 1920 by 1440. New layer. Let's not assume that we have a ceiling or a ground. We do need a ground, but that doesn't matter where it is. That's fine. Let's just make some arbitrary margins. Let's say margin is 20 pixels. Nothing above or below 20 pixels when we're laying out the game scene. 20 pixels. 1420. And 1900. Okay. Of the remaining space, we want about 1/3 of it to go to the bookshelf. If we take 1920 minus 40, that's 1880 divided by 3, 6, 18, 0, 8, 6, 2, 6, 20. So 626 18.2. So 627 pixels, somewhere around there. So we come over to 627 plus 20. $620, 30, 47. We decide that everything on the screen needs to be separated by 20 pixels. So 637 and 657. Basically, this is the room for the bookshelf. Maybe 0.3 is a little bit narrow. Okay, the banner needs to take up some of this vertical space. So we have like a title and a subtitle potentially kind of thing. Which is what, 20, 1440. If we come down like 165. About there. So where are we at here? 1920, 950, 60. That's the midpoint line. And 720 is that center line. So in theory, big text. Title, well, let's see here. Word 3 of 9. So that one will always be centered. It'll be below the margin. Now we need one smaller here, which is some number. Total guesses 42. Obviously. I feel like this is a little bit big. That's kind of how those have to be laid out. Which means the bookshelf is here. Let's make a new layer. So just to shelf area. So the bookshelf can fill all of that. Okay. I need a 4x3. Let's just say it's 1200 pixels. Actually, let's make it fit the width. So 1243. This bookshelf is going to eat up some of this space on that horizontal. I think maybe 30. That means more room. 40%. If I take 1880 divided by, or times 0.4, 752 plus the margin. So 772. Uh, 772, so 762 and 782. That's the room in between that we cannot use. So drag that one off. Okay. So maybe this bookshelf. This is what we get. Now some of this will be the isometric depth, so it'll be eaten away a bit. And we can even shorten this some if we wanted to, because we can put the letters above here, so we don't want them necessarily in the same plane. Okay, now back to this thing. If it is 1118, and we want to scale it to 4 by 3, let's see. Then we take 1118 times 3 divided by 4, and that's 838 is the width, or height. 838 high. That looks like a chalkboard, so let's make a duplicate layer. Chalkboard, and it will not take up much room relative to, like, on the isometric depth view. Which leaves which leaves 20 pixels down from that guy. So this is 1100 or 1003, 1023. That's basically the room for the table. Table does not have much room. There's no room for a banner. Hmm. Oh, can I not show? I'm not showing GIMP. Shame, shame, shame. I'm just laying out a stubbed out version of the whole thing. In the hopes that we can end up with something semi-reasonable. So one thing we want to do, what if I import, ooh, where is it, this one. Where's the download? Okay. Here. Downloads. I'll bring this in as a new layer. Layer, scale layer, to 1920. By 14, yeah, that should be fine. Scale it up. Okay. Put this on top of everybody else. And then we say, what, like multiply maybe? Oh, there we go. So now I can see where the table lines have to be drawn, right? So something like that. Make this visible. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. But now what this gives me is I know exactly how wide and how tall to make each element. And if this is, call it 2 meters tall, a 2 meter tall bookshelf, this is only. I think the bookshelf itself needs to drop down some to make room for letter blocks. That. And then we say new layer. And it will be what's the bookshelf width? We kind of do. Width height 95 pixels wide. 95. Hmm. 95 pixels. Doesn't feel like very many pixels. Oh, width 742. 742 divided by 5, well, 10. No, what did I say? Somebody had to have 5 letters, a space, and another letter. So 7 letters times 2 with some margins at the end. So 14, let's just call it 15 letters. 742 over 15. 742 over 15 letters. 49 pixels per letter. Call it 49 and a half. Okay. So 49 and a half times 5 letters is 247. 247 from 742. 742 divided by 2 means we have an offset of about 247. Oh, perfect. So come in 267 plus 247 plus 250, 247. That actually makes sense. $494. Over to 494. That is our guess area. Bright and colorful. Maybe a nice blue. Oops. So when you type the guess, the words go in here. Okay, so the warning or the error banner, that has to show up somewhere. At least we have widths and heights for things. Oops. Okay. Some really good isometric artists that I've watched on YouTube. Wish I could afford one. But I cannot. And we're about out of time anyways. So I think this is kind of our layout. The banner. There's not really room for a banner here. The banner in the game. So let's save this as layout or something. Layout in wherever we put it. Let's see here. Active projects, word sleuth. Documentation, I guess. Sure. Okay. So we know how big to make any given shape. I think. So if we go to 100% view, then we go to 50% view, all those spacings still look okay. So let's just type in real quick. Right. Nope, 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 nope. Black. Move this word. That's not what I said to do. Move the active layer. Thank you. That's what I want. Oops. Oh, come on. Alpha 50 60. Okay. Okay. Am I missing anything? I think that's most of what we need feature-wise. The error banner is going to be the tricky one. Okay, well, we got to wrap it up probably, so let's close that up for the day. These notes no longer mean anything. So let's just add some notes to the journal. Started laying out the scene. Perspective is bad. Looks wrong. Won't be able to line things up well. In Blender. I should specify that. Printed out isometric paper. Looks better. Started laying out things in what? GIMP. Bookshelf. General areas are known. Need to specify. Need to get more specific numbers. Okay. Something like that. Okay. Thanks for joining me. Tomorrow we will do more polish work. Like I said, I may do some work offline since this is art and not programming, and I'm not an artist. This is just going to take forever with me floundering about. So hopefully we'll have something more to look at tomorrow. Short stream this week. Not going to be in Thursday or Friday. Going to be out camping. So otherwise, you have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you tomorrow to see if we can get some polishing actually into the scene. Thank you, JTL. You have a wonderful night as well. Bye-bye, everybody.